for a long time ago. What else is making you? Oh, I'm so glad you were today. These videos, we're getting help with our bill and making our homework with them.
Have a fine selection to choose from.
I've got what you need.
That was it.
What do you mean to say? Oh, look at this. You got South Rock. They look very next to each other, man. I'm over this dude. I look up. Yeah.
does not matter what weapon.
I've got what you need. Only the finest merchandise. Come see for yourself.
It's not me, bro. It's not me, bro. Come on, man. Let's tango. Let's tango. Yeah, bro. God damn, bro.
Oh yeah. Oh no, not this.
Yeah, blue.
Yeah.
blue. I got a yellow one. Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't know. Okay, but actually, hold on. Okay, he might be doing it. He might be doing it. What do you need for prep power? It's missing? Okay, it's missing? Apparently the one of the good, apparently the second is missing, apparently.
Jay, come here. I know when you can look. You gotta look in the computer.
You know?
Why did you use up all issues? I hit him with the thing. Well, I was locked together, but once you hit that, you guys do. Oh, okay. Yeah, I hit him with the camera, so he was low. Let's get a Target Jay. Good thing, Jay. You get right here. Say, nigga. Yeah, Jay. It might be over, so the last year. Okay, he might be going too.
What are we up to today?
Let us travel like twin moons.
What do you need for prep power? It's missing? Okay, it's missing?
Share your thoughts with me. Yes? Silence. At last.
Everything revolving around his mind, fucking everything, all that, all yeah, he can maneuver through other shit, all that stuff. Fast, but when you're reflex, you got to speed up and you got to be able to get there. That's true. All people don't. Yeah, you don't stand for peace. Oh, I think I can manage it.
Canardi's swiftness, I am awed.
Even then, in the comments, like coming by, they should be saying, I don't know what the fuck, I don't know what he's doing. So fast. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Let Canard be swifter. I am awed. We did what we had to.
He had the farm called what the fuck is the help in the thing?
We got infinite speed. So it started faster than flash. We got infinite speed. We can tell for the moment some umbrella attachment, especially where you can even go back in time or rewind time, not just self push. Because once you bring that, just everybody do whatever though. Y'all ain't gotta watch the trailer. They add an OG Dragon Ball character, Super 17. Whoa!
Oh yeah, I've seen that, and they bring a Demon King Piccolo too.
To what?
Fuck Zero.
Just fucking good.
Yeah, Demon King Piccolo, Super 17.
I don't want to talk about Dragon Ball Z. I don't know nothing about it.
Wait.
You know what I'm saying? It's like the sun is in that hub. No. Niggas, bro, I think you two niggas get mad cause I didn't start crying on the new trailer.
Bro.
You think this you get mad, bro? Y'all are ridiculous, bro. And I guarantee you, walk up to me. I bet you'll never been better about me than me. None of it. Not ball, not D, not DT, not super. Nothing. Well, you might got me a super. I ain't gonna lie. I'm behind on super. But you ain't beating me in that else. Niggas think I should have cried. Yeah, nah, I don't know what niggas think. I'm not doing. I'm like, what?
Everybody watches anime differently, but cannot get married because people want to wait for.
Wait, don't say watch anime more. Not no anime. That nigga is
I'm just saying, when they digest anime in different ways. So
not the whole time. You gotta let's select it from random YouTube. But it's not. It was looking at random anime, bro. But yes, you do gotta listen to lecture if you're in the class. Who owns the K and Mark? And Mark, you are a physical gamer. PG, but I seen the clip. PG, stop it. Stop it. I don't know what he's saying. Look, PG, let me tell you something. That ass, everybody thought your name was Bill. Dead ass, everybody. Nobody knew your name was K over the K, bro. Everybody thought it was MARC. You're right.
That's what his contact is.
He older. It don't matter if he older. Bro, PG. Nigga, you're PG. You're not even more. You're PG. Don't ever say you. Don't ever say that's my friend. Oh, you done lost it all. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
W market is bro.
Come on, man. W mark with a Q, man. You always gotta say I mark with a Q, man. And I can't
You mark with a Q. You can be marked with a Q too. That's boy, hell no. He's French.
What's your favorite anime house opening? Mark Fenton. The new one we make. What about power to shift into objects like some prop hunter? Man, why the fuck would I want that? But yes, I could win in this world, but like, why would I want that? If I'm in a superhero world,
You can be apprehended by the government.
if I'm in a superhero world, that'd be fucking trash, nigga.
Where'd he go?
Nigga, Superman gonna grab that bitch 100 miles away. The market spelled like this. Mark with a Q is spelled like extinction. What? Yo.
My kid.
That's how I way.
You gonna put your name there?
No, nobody said that. I just said it sounded clean. Can I not say? So, speaking of Mark, yo,
type in business to sell ODC on Google. No, at least you got, your shit say, something else thing. My shit dead ass, he's an imposter. My shit is dead. Oh. No, I'm talking about Mark Taylor Jones.
They got motion, but.
That nigga motion up. Hey, listen.
Yeah.
Listen, you should still motion up.
I ain't gonna hate on that nigga. They got a princess. I got a lot in. Gold medal.
So this is gold medal.
Yeah, that's a gold medal with the motion. That's all it is. You come out for this. This nigga think that they don't know all of this. Still ball. Come on, bro.
Y'all in front of me.
Yeah, there's no motion here.
Type RDC, bro. No, yeah, this is still RDC.
Okay, good. It was the tech news, bro. It was a tech news. When he be feed and then he tagged them on Twitter, but then he tagged him. He like really do real tech shit. Yeah, you can bring it. But he be doing that him?
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, him.
Ooh.
He's to go big ball down.
Oh, yeah.
Come on now. He's a founder and CEO and chief analyst of analogy. He on the way. I ain't know why that.
Transformed his business.
Oh wait, he an AI nigga. Yeah. Oh. Authority on all things AI and semiconductors. Through Dylan's unwavering commitment to excellence, he has built a firm from the ground up as a recognized authority on the semiconductor supply chain to the cloud ecosystem, machine learning models, and all things in between. That is on your ass, boy.
I ain't even this person.
That boy on your fucking ass.
You gotta bang with that nigga, bro. Straight up.
Yeah, you got fucking cooler robots with him. You got the beam. You got
Now, as I'm sure you've all noticed, the elden tree is impressively tall. Equally impressive is that the Pomoran Aradon's throne lies in the tallest branches of the tree.
Excuse me, is it really at the top? If so, how would one get up there to meet with him?
Go to sleep, dude.
I'm not gonna go to sleep, bro. He got cooler. The only way you gonna sleep is if you got cooler. If you got cooler clothes, and you got free cool your nose and out your mouth. Hold him up. Cool your nose and out your mouth. Let him know, bro. Get him on his car. They said 125 pounds. No, nigga. Oh. No, that's not what it said, but I just read that. What Nah, dude, I think you can. No, why you leaning that bitch, bro? Good thing you did, no, it's not. Here's another dude to bring this up to your head. No, first of all,
I will stay close to you tonight. do not wish to lose my way.
No reason.
No. It's like, oh, this guy.
It's a whole leaderboard.
This nigga look like he said, wait, who's the top? He said something like that real quick.
No, that's gonna make a joke.
No, it's not a joke. Yeah. Hey, thank you all for the get the dub. No, I'm dead at interested. If you can tell me something like this, just let me know. Let me know. You can let me know like what.
But you're not supposed to say you don't want to no, it's a $1 industry, bro. He ain't got no.
I ain't saying he got no. I ain't saying he got no. And he's running that bitch. He's one of the runners of it. He's the top nigga. He's top contender now. So talk, nigga. I need to hear it. So we can be top contender. Huh?
Evil, you want to be in the center, and he says evil, bro? Huh? You want to be an AI? Is that what you're saying right now? Oh, bro, what? Like, let me know what that team doing right here. Oh, you want the AI shit? Ben, you want the AI shit?
I just want to know if you know what you're talking about, bro.
That's it.
Niggas gonna drop it. Me and Phil in the house keep playing with that nigga, bro. Hold on, you just
Cool, but. Evil money though.
What is it? What we looking at? What we looking like?
it's no, don't worry, it's no.
Y'all rocking with this, bro?
Yo, how much bread he got, bro?
Oh, he got a trill, but he ain't got no trill, but he in the trill industry, bro.
You know, when you know, all niggas love AI. You know what I'm saying? I heard he was the one who made the AI. That's for both people. Go in for him or bill for bill. LOL, Rich made this with T good, man. Like, well, let's not even talk about that, bro. Nigga, you
Drop your bag week to me, bro.
for sure. Homie? Yeah, for sure. Hope everyone's day was amazing. Remind me to call an awesome sauce. Be sure to eat hydrated, stay warm. Thank you. Thank you, guys, for the that's why you look out for me, Mark, and this thing.
Elden Room, first and last of the Gratos.
Why is it so still? I'd heard the Gratos never stop.
Be sure to stay near and don't leave the road. The wilds can be a dangerous place.
Fuck!
When studying...
stand on the only thing we need donos, man. Hold on. Call it System of Grade, and their team is legit top 3 right now, for real. This team is just saying, I think he got the highest potential on the next tournament. And I'm a slap there their team. You don't met it out. You don't met it out.
Lots of good opportunities for
You was
pickpocketing here.
band. You got 4 OUs and 1 Uber Pokemon on his team. I don't know what you mean. What does that mean? No. OU. Remember what I told you about the kids? It's like it goes Uber, OU.
We're
And then the rest?
dangerous.
So Uber and OU is like the most top 3. Bro, there you go. There you go. Rooster and Ben, they got problems on their team. That ass. They got real problems on their team. Let me stop the thing. Yeah, bro. That's all. Damn, another $50 donut hold again. Once again, on the only thing we need donuts, man. Hold on. Call it System of Grade, and their team is legit top 3 right now, for real. His team is just saying, I think he got the highest potential on the next tournament. And I'm a slap there out their team. You don't met it out. Leaving. We was and Ben. You got 4 OUs and 1 Uber Pokemon on his team. I don't know what you mean. That I think you OU. That's the OU nigga son. What does that mean? No. OU. Remember what I told you about the kids? It's like it goes Uber, OU, and then the rest. So Uber and OU is like the most top tier. Hey, relax, bro. There you go. It's Rooster and Ben. They got problems on their team. That ass. They got real problems on their team. I knew we was gonna do some good shit. Nigga, no you didn't. I did. I knew you was versus. I knew it. That's not the case. I didn't know it. Don't think that I didn't see. I think that's what you said, bro. He's probably gonna go in there, bro. Just like hey, nigga. He just look up. He's just gonna do the best Pokemon. Ain't no planning in shit. I'm not gonna definitely for a time. You do what you can to make it. Yeah, I know. I hear him getting cut out. But like, it's okay. If we have to take a mission word. We could take it.
Comrade, a word.
Ain't we there in top 2? Man, yes, but I didn't try that. Man, leave my own battle for that, boy. So I go to jail. Hello? Oh, stop. Please stop. We're going. I was just going anyway. We're going back. We're going back, bro. Come on, look good. Follow me. Welcome back. What's up? Yeah, Ben, yeah, you can buy them. But they on bullshit. You can buy them 5,000? Yeah. What was that? We'll work that. They'll work that. Deal. Yeah. Boy, we took it out from Paris. Hey, Ben, I made like 15 extras, so I mean, you want to make it? Yeah. Okay. I'll be talking to you. I'll meet you. Hit. Yeah, for sure. Deal. Yeah. Right after. Huh? Right after with my lunch, baby. I bet. Stay less. You gotta get these mints going. You need a crash course. Yeah, I need a crash course on the mints. I don't understand. Yeah, thanks. I heard somebody made a document for you though. That ass is different things like I was on the whole team. It's you. Mark, why did the client say he listed months to last forever? What? I didn't say that, bro. I'm for January like that. What's up? You don't want to February, do? No, what's February? Dad, you want to go for your pop for being potentially top 3 in the next tournament, even being better than Mark. Butterman done it spot on. I gotta make 10 master balls by 30 minutes. Ben, I can make you a master ball too. Just all of them. It's gonna be.
I am here to collect a bounty. Have no fear. Once you pay, there shall be no. Do avoid repeating your offenses.
Over here, Initiate.
Right now. Too weird, bro. Why, especially right now? Oh, you think you're going to go over there and games on the international team? I want to see go. I'm going to go over there and go over there and get What the fuck is going on, bro?
Yeah.
I'm going to where you want to, bro. You got to worry about this.
Yeah.
I'm quite busy at the moment, sorry.
I think, bro, we good, bro. We good? Yeah, we
quite busy at the moment, sorry.
No, we're not going to stop. It's too damn stressful, bro. No, nothing's full town.
Mark, you're fixing the best donor wheel for the 9th year in a row. Ben has dropped the dead ass of them.
Wait, a what?
A donor reader.
I don't. I'm not.
Hey, you gotta prove the new vein mod pack, bro. We needed to play again. Undefeated Loco.
Who's gonna prove this new vein mod pack? What do you mean?
They said not reading the last. They don't never read no donor.
I do every now and then. Are you inviting on that one, too?
Yo, Mark, do you have any advice for anybody, for someone who might feel stuck and lost in life?
Hey, you!
I thought what you said. No, I was saying like one of the games. I didn't say
Let me just talk.
Yeah, because when we invite two kids, like, you know what I'm saying? We wanted to try it, right? I'm saying y'all can run at that custom dude match as a warm-up.
What is that? What? We do appreciate y'all. I don't feel love, man. We can't donate $5.
Don't feel the love, man. We don't give a fuck.
Well, this right here is what it is usually lasting out. Since like you do it like this. There you go. One thing.
Wait, how's that spoiling?
No, we gotta set examples for that nigga. But that's why they don't think that we like top 3 cousins, and also seeing that you know. We smart.
You're a
They gotta
pickpocketing artist.
we gotta answer to it.
What?
God damn, nigga, just leave it alone. You just told me like 3 minutes ago. I'm saying, why won't you leave it alone? Okay, so what? Any answer I would say, you gotta work with me. Nigga, I fell to the ground with an unknown disease, your ass, we been lost that people. No. Nobody knew what that was. Don't do that. They niggas say nobody knows that word. You're not the You can't do that. You can't, Jay. This ain't Game of Thrones. No cap, Jay. You want the most paranoid niggas on planet. You be thinking that you be getting bit by spiders and shit randomly. I thought that was some other shit. Turns out it was serious or something. That's on me. Now I want to look at it. Or, so you telling me like, that I'm like, if I put a random period and I'll take it serious on the
Get out of my fucking seat.
No, I'm saying, you think it's blue body wolf, Jay. What is that? Even if he's area on the blue side, how does that make us better? It's too much something. He's not trying to get over you. Most law enforcement officers are actually afraid to go hands-on. They're afraid to deal with people like you. It's not a game.
They're not afraid to deal with us.
Absolutely. A lot of people are.
Afraid to us. We are an officer's dream. Is there corruption? Yes. Is there... self-serving people who want to promote? Yes. But for you... Well, that's not what you're saying. What is it? No, it's not. What am I saying? Where's the BS button? You guys violated your oath. You're criminals. Okay, you're criminals. You guys compare us to you compare us to the FBI, we're in a lot of trouble. Hi, I'm Michael Francis. I'm a former copper agent in the Colombo family in New York, one of the 5 New York mafia families. Today I'm surrounded by 20 cops. Right, my first surrounded claim is undercover sting operations often manufacture crime.
So, you believe that undercover operations create crime?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about the word entrapment. So, entrapment means that law enforcement officers are inducing a reasonable person who is not predisposed to a crime to commit a crime.
Guild requests your help.
Well, what do you mean a reasonable person? No, in my experience, the undercover operations was either an undercover law enforcement person or somebody, a confidential informant that was put into that situation. That's how to find an understanding person, normally. The undercover agent, absolutely.
Okay.
And not that other person.
So I've worked undercover. I've worked undercover in multiple situations.
You're a fine, upstanding person.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And looking at it from that perspective, if I was doing a prostitution thing, walking the streets, then if people weren't predisposed to committing crime, they could keep driving or keep walking right by me.
I've spotted a
So the
lawbreaker.
fact that I and my law enforcement agency created an arena for someone to make a decision does not mean that I manufactured crime for them. I did not force them to commit crime. They made that final decision.
I agree with that, and I believe that undercover sting operations are necessary. You know, to catch people that you suspect of being criminals. However, there are situations that I'm very familiar with where they will use another criminal, okay, to go into that, become a confidential informant, and he will help to manufacture a crime by getting people to say things that they wouldn't have ordinarily said, put them in a situation, bring them a criminal activity of some sort, and put them into it. So yeah, because they don't know what this other person is doing. I give you an example. Michael Francis, we know there's an organized crime guy. We got our informants told us that, but we haven't been able to catch him in a crime. So let's get somebody in there and see if they can.
Excuse me.
And then we have our crime. That's done.
It is, but sending someone in like a confidential informant, there's also a lot of controls that are on the law enforcement side. So whether that person is wired or there's an infiltration of a law enforcement officer on, you know, as part of the act, they're still not causing crime to be manufactured. It's all being done rightfully by.
I think when you wire up a confidential informant, and that informant brings criminal activity to that other person because that's the person that's the subject of the sting operation, that's entrapment as far as I'm concerned, because that wouldn't have happened if your confidential informant didn't go in and manufacture that crime. They're bringing in the crime. They're creating. He's part of that criminal activity.
Understood. But if you didn't want to commit that crime, you wouldn't have to. You could walk away. You could be like, you know what? I don't want to do this robbery tonight. I don't want to put something. I don't want to put a amount of money on someone's head. I can just walk away.
Absolutely. And if you do, you're not entrapped. But if you do it, then you are entrapped. And that's what the confidential informant is supposed to do, entrap you.
I understand what you're saying, but you just made my argument. So if you could walk away from that, and if you walk away from that, it's not entrapment. You're not getting involved in the criminal activity, where if you stay involved in it, you were predisposed to move forward with that crime regardless. So it's not entrapment either.
Well, I disagree with that. I think it would have never happened if law enforcement didn't put their CI in there to try to entrap that guy, then there would have been no crime.
But if the person they were trying to entrap, let's say it's you, if you were going in with a clean conscience, not wanting to commit crime at all, then it wouldn't matter who they put in there.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you're still creating a crime. Law enforcement is creating a crime through their confidential informant. Because it would have never happened if that confidential informant, if they never met him, then there would be no crime.
So the confidential informant comes in saying, I want to do X, Y, Z crime, you can still walk away.
You can, and then there's no entrapment. But there wouldn't have been anything at all if your guy didn't come in. He wouldn't have to refuse anything because there wouldn't have been anything.
You say you would never have committed a crime no matter what it was if there wasn't a confidential informant that came in?
But here's what I'm saying. Then get him for that crime. Then the government didn't push that. The government didn't create it. The government didn't manufacture it. He did it on his own. You have every right to get him the best.
The government provided an opportunity, and the person can decide whether or not to take that opportunity.
That's correct. That's correct. But let me ask you a question. There's somebody here who just, he's broke. He's got no money. No money at all. Never committed a crime in his life. Innocent guy. Okay? Can't put food on his table. You don't like that guy. You know what? I don't like him. I don't know what to do. He's not a criminal, but I'm going to send somebody in there and give him some incentive. I'm going to send somebody in there to talk to this guy to tell him, listen, I have this jewelry store that we can rob. Don't worry about it. Inside job. Nobody's going to know anything. Okay, but come with me. We'll do it. Now you can put food on the table. So you created a crime. You manufactured a crime for a guy that never was in trouble in his life.
He may never have been in trouble in his life, but if he wasn't already thinking that he could get away with that crime or commit that crime, he would say no.
You can't get it. You can't lock somebody up for their what they think. I may think they're committing. I may want to rob Brink, but I'm not going to do it.
Of course.
So you can't get mad at me because it's what I'm thinking.
But if he doesn't move forward with robbing that jewelry store, then there's no crime.
You're not understanding. You didn't understand what I said. You didn't like that guy. He wasn't a criminal.
The guild has need of you, comrade.
Well, I can't do anything about it, but I'm law enforcement. I have a tool. I have a weapon. I have a CI. I'm going to send him in there. I'm going to bait this guy into committing a crime.
I love that you think there's enough time and staff to be able to screw people over.
In the world of organized crime, okay, they got all the money, all the resources. Let me tell you something. During my time in organized crime, we had 750 made guys that comprised all 5 families. We had 1,400 agents, 2 agents to every 1 guy. They have plenty of time. That's what they get paid for. They have plenty of time, and they put a lot of effort into it, and they put a lot of guys. They destroy my former life. They have all the time in the world when they want to. I'm not saying you do or anybody else in this room. I'm telling you my experience. And let me tell you something. I had a lot more respect at that time for police. They were doing their job. I understand that. People say to me, Michael, now, you gotta hate the police. I said, no, I don't hate the police. I have a wife, I have 5 daughters, I have grandkids. When they walk down the street, I want the police to protect them. I support the police, but I don't support the underhanded stuff that was done and that continues to be done. I'm sorry. I think to defund the police movement is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I'm totally against that. But I'm totally against law enforcement using tactics and weapons to get people that they shouldn't be doing. They have to play by their rules, period, or we have anarchy.
You're right. And they do play by the rules.
No, they don't.
Because providing a criminal opportunity does not force someone to commit a crime. And if that person is getting lured into the crime because they don't have enough mental fortitude to say no to something, that's not law enforcement your fault.
Watch somebody else for their mentality.
But they're being...
They have to commit the crime.
And if the confidential informant gets them to move forward and commit the crime...
Well, did they manufacture that crime then? Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
There was no crime until law enforcement took the ball to make the crime.
The person they wanted to arrest could have said no.
I understand, but there would have been nothing to say no to if the government didn't put that crime in
saying the same shit.
There was no crime before that. Thank you.
Over here.
You. Over here.
We're both New York guys.
They're trying to run to a criminal. This shows a lot. That's how they is in real life.
How are you? We're both New York guys. We're adults, right? Make our own decisions. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb. Between 99.999% of undercover things aren't just us being like, John Doe, you want to sell out a shotgun? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not how it is. I agree. We already probably have dirt on you in some fashion, right? Oh, you think it is, yeah. Either way, sure, fair. All right, fair, fine. So we're going to set up a 20-man team, audio, video, all this stuff, just for a random dude. No. Right. That's my point. No, no, what's the difference? Let's put out a name that everybody knows. Let's say it's John Gotti. We know that John Gotti is the boss of the Gambino.
There's blood in this purse. We work in a cistern.
But we don't know
How
what
much
he's
is
doing
it to
at this
us to keep
So
things
we have to
clean?
figure it out. So let's get a confidential informant, okay, wire
People are
him up or
already
do whatever it is
talking
that you
about a
do,
rash of
and put him
break-ins.
with John
I
Gotti
can
and
hardly
try to
keep up with
bait
the
John
flood of
Gotti into
merchants
doing
making
something,
security deposits
whatever it
with the
might
guild.
be, so that we
I've
can
got
get
your cut
something
of
on
that
it.
right here.
Tell me you're not manufacturing. No, tell
New member.
You're still running them up. It doesn't matter. Being in the crime family is not a crime. Sure. Yeah, I understand that. No, okay. Yeah, but if you still put a CI in the room with them, be like, hey, boss, we want to commit murder today? You'd be like, actually, nah, we're going to pass on that. Like, I'm still going to do the crimes he's doing. Now, we just have an inside guy to wire that up. But you don't know that. You don't know that. That's one of the undercover thing. Exactly, but you're manufacturing that particular crime. You are creating that crime. So no one's going to tell the boss of the crime company to say what he's going to do? You're not understanding. There still was no crime. You're creating a particular crime by bringing that confidential informant into him and giving him a situation, a criminal situation that you're hoping he bites into. If there was no confidential informant, there's no crime. So you manufactured that situation. He didn't do anything. He can easily be like, we're not doing that today. He can. Right. He can say no, but I'm going to say the same thing that I said to that young lady. He wouldn't have to say no if you didn't manufacture something for him to say no to. Yes. This is a... It doesn't matter. No, because the question is, do confidential informants manufacture crimes? The answer is yes. You disagree with me. Because, yes, he's bringing a criminal situation to John Gotti that didn't exist before. If another criminal came to me and said, Michael, let's do this crime together, and I did it, okay, I did it. But if the government sent that guy in there, then the government is manufacturing that crime.
You still have free will, and you could be like, no.
But the
It doesn't matter.
You're right. But there would be no crime if the government didn't make that happen.
But
You're bringing that crime today.
Yes. And again, we would already have something on you or think we have something on you. You're not a random person, is my point.
Doesn't matter. You're random or not. Everybody has the same right.
Yeah.
If you're alleged to be a criminal, but you didn't commit a crime, you still have rights as an American citizen. Sure. So it doesn't matter what you think, doesn't matter, or what you suppose, doesn't matter. You could say, yeah, John Donnie's doing a million different things. We don't know what they are, but let's get somebody to do something so that we do know what it is. You're manufacturing that crime. It didn't exist before.
Yeah, all right. I mean,
Fellow New York.
How are you? Good. I love that you brought up the Gambino family. One, because there was more to it than I guess we just discussed before, right? So we talked about Joey Daly. Joey's the one who took them down. He was pulled over and he was in possession of a large amount of cocaine, right? So that's how he was located. And then I think the word that you're using, manufacturing, I kind of understand where you're coming from. You're saying that we're being a part of something that is criminal, so therefore we're helping to manufacture it. When in reality, what it is we're going in there. And so we talk about one of the captains of the Gambino family who had a construction company, racketeering, fraud, all of those things, tax evasion, all the things. So we're sending in an informant. We're looking for those things. We're not necessarily committing a crime also alongside the people who are already engaged in criminal activity.
You're not committing a crime, but you're manufacturing the crime.
But it's finding evidence by utilizing an undercover detective or a corroborating witness. We're not engaging in criminal activity. We're locating criminal activity that's already in place.
Or by bringing that confidential informant.
What is it?
Manufacturing it, as far as I'm concerned. Because it wasn't there before this particular informant brought it to the alleged perpetrator. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so let's use your example. I pulled somebody over, and we're going to go into narcotics. We're not even going to necessarily talk about organized crime in a mafia family. I pull over somebody, and I pull them over, and they're like, man, I can't go to jail yet. I can't go to jail. And we know that they're a lower level, holder, or maybe even a seller, and we want the big person. There's already a relationship there where criminal activities are occurring. Otherwise, we're not getting someone in the door, right? So if I pulled somebody over from your family, or your ex-family, and I
was a combo. I was very familiar with it.
No, I know. I'm pretty familiar with the Gambino family. I'm a Jersey girl, by the way. But
what's the meaning of this?
Don't
make me call the guard.
What I'm saying is, if I'm building a corroborating witness or a confidential informant, and I utilize that person into an investigation, there's already a relationship there based on a criminal activity that's happening. There's already things that they're bringing to the table to make sure that I understand their why, and whether or not I can even use them, right? Reliable or not, nobody's reliable fully, so I need other things to show me that I'm going to be able to have the evidence to move forward. So I'm not always asking somebody to commit a crime with somebody in order to be a part of the manufacturing or whatever crime. I'm looking for the evidence. Whether it's going in there and it's looking at your book, or sitting in on a dinner where there's conversations being had that can corroborate the information that we believe we already have. It's not going to be like, hey, I know, and use Dottie as an example. So I know that Dottie's the boss. I'm not going to just manufacture something. I'm gonna put you in surveillance. I'm gonna watch criminal activity take place. I'm gonna utilize that to build puzzle.
Yeah, you're bringing together the totality of the tools that you have, the weapons that you have to investigate this crime.
Correct.
Nothing wrong with that. I get it.
But that's what a CI or an undercover can help me do as well.
Yeah.
After those things that I just talked to you about are starting to form, or at least that's how an investigation goes in Jersey that I've been a part of, we're utilizing all those things to come together and then use that CI to go in and witness criminal activity that's already taking place in criminal environments. Okay. It's not something we're already manufacturing.
Let me give you an example. I was the subject of an undercover operation. It was me and Don King.
Okay.
The government was trying to allege and prove that organized crime was involved in professional boxing. So they had an undercover informant and an FBI agent that went undercover, and they were with me for 8 or 9 months. Now, I was not involved in this organized crime being involved in professional boxing. But I was a target. They believed that they can get to me to try to prove their case. It never happened. I was never involved in it. But for 8 months, they tried to get me involved in criminal activity and infiltrate me and Don King. They tried to get me to get Don King to take a bribe and all this kind of stuff. We didn't go for it, and the investigation went down. If they would have got me to go along with it, they manufactured it.
They were trying to look to get you to pick the crime that they wanted because they couldn't get you somewhere else.
Correct.
I can understand where the point is coming from. You're saying that we're manufacturing crime by bringing you and building that relationship. But again, to go back, still say yes or no to it. We're giving you the opportunity to say yes or no. And you're saying you said no.
Yeah, but I would have nothing to say no to if the government didn't try to trap me into it. They actually tried to lay a trap for me to get involved.
And they didn't. You're saying the relationship didn't work.
Yeah.
2006, right? Because they get justice system supremacy.
You could say I got lucky and whatever. I didn't bite, but I almost did. To be honest with you, I'm not that brilliant. I almost did, but I did. But I would have had nothing to say no to if they didn't manufacture the crime. You understand my point?
I don't agree.
Well, it's okay. My next surrounded claim is that law enforcement believes it's okay to violate the law in order to arrest the lawbreaker.
And I want to start with a question. How many cases have a law enforcement officer have you worked?
If I worked as a law enforcement,
yes,
none.
Okay. My point is, you don't know the ins and outs from our perspective of how much work, time away from our family, effort to get a good case that's going to stick. You think we want to mess all that work up by breaking the law? I mean, you would understand that would seem very foolish, right?
No, not if your name is John Gotti, Sonny Francis, Michael Francis, Tony Serrano, Joe Colombo. No, I don't think that's unreasonable that law enforcement would break the law in order to catch somebody that they think is a name like that. I've seen it happen.
And in what way do you see it?
City of Ash.
By suborning perjury, by holding back exculpatory material at a trial, by FBI agents coercing people into testifying, coercing people into going undercover against people. I've seen that my whole life.
And listen, I mean, you can't speak on definite, right? Like I've always taught my kids, anything that you start with, like everyone, all, nobody, never. The next thing you say is going to be a lot. Okay, so are there cops that have broken the law, jeopardizing cases that they have worked very, very hard for? Of course. But
you just made my point.
No, I know, but it's not definite, right? And I would say that the vast majority of police officers, they're not doing that because the amount of work. But of course, we're going to agree that it does happen. There's too many people, too many variables for say it never happened. I don't think that's the claim. The claim makes it seem more like it happens more than it does not happen. And that's just absolutely wrong.
I think it depends upon who the target is. Certain law enforcement people build their career on the names of people that could go in. Certainly with John Gotti, certainly with my dad, Sonny Francis, with me to a certain extent. You have to admit that big names give people in law enforcement an incentive to work a little bit harder to bring them down because you get rewarded for it.
Because what comes with those big names?
A reward if you convict them.
Victim, right?
A reward if you convict them, yes or no?
A reward for conviction, a reward for a job well done for anybody. But big names equal many victims. I think that's the point that we're missing. Because a local street dealer, may affect 20, 30, 50, 100 lives, right? But a John Gotti affecting hundreds. John Gotti affects the same amount of people and same amount of victims as the lower level guy in the family. Probably not, right? There's a reason why John Gotti became the boss, right?
Let me tell you something. Most of the time, the informants that are going against the big guys, they're the ones that are doing most of the crime.
I think the point at hand, to say that no police officer has ever broken the law, jeopardizing their case, that would be foolish. I would never say that, right? Because again, there's too many variables. But the way that the claim states makes it seem almost like it's common practice. It's just not true.
Let me make it clear. I hope to believe that most law enforcement people are on the level. I have many friends in law enforcement. The guy that was trying to put me away forever on that undercover sting operation became one of my best friends. Now, he's back in New York. Bill Spinelli was the head of the FBI. Good guy.
So the mutual respect there.
Mutual respect, yes. He came after me, did it the right way. Listen, we told people all the time, FBI agents, you come and get me, get me. Just don't frame and don't harass my family. That's it. So we're not going to do that to you. Don't do it to us. So I want to believe that most people in law enforcement are straight up and they do their job. Yes. But come on, you said it, you know it. There's many times, depending upon who that person is, that they will violate the law or they will stretch because it puts, a feather in their cap, they get promoted, whatever. And I know so many people, they convict this guy, they become a federal judge the next day. Come on, it happens. Not all the time, but absolutely it does. Okay. A little bit about yourself. I'll tell you a little bit about me. I spent 23 years as an FBI agent, all in Los Angeles, so I have no personal experience of working in New York as an agent, and I never worked organized crime. You know, Scott Garriola? Yeah, very much. That's right. Yeah, very good. I was married to a cop for many years. I've known hundreds of police officers and worked with hundreds of agents. And your general statement is that law enforcement believes, pretty broad statement, that those either break the law to get the lawbreaker. And I disagree with you. You're describing an FBI that I don't recognize. I'm not going to argue with your experience. But in the Bureau... Have you been paying attention to the FBI today? I haven't. Okay. Will you agree that they've been breaking the law? No. You won't agree to that? Today, not today. The FBI of the last administration has not been breaking the law, doing things that they shouldn't be doing. No, I disagree with you vehemently on that. The Biden administration's FBI, you say, has been totally above board. Comey has been totally above board. I am not going to go into some broad political... I'm not being broad, I'm being factual. You believe that James Comey has not broken the law, has not been... You think he's been an honest and upright and law-abiding FBI agent? I think James Comey was the good director of the FBI while he was the director. I think he operated with integrity, honor, and he was widely respected while he was director.
We must press on.
So I think he made mistakes of judgment along the way. Yes, I could say. Why did he allow Hillary Clinton to smash her? I don't want to go for that. I told everybody in the team. Why would he allow Hillary Clinton to smash all of her computers and everything that she had information on, and not indict her for obstruction of justice? My understanding of that case is that she was indicted because they forgot to put her on time. How early did they admitted that they whitewashed her computers and everything else, all the information that she had. She broke her phones and everything else. They did it. She did it. Your argument earlier is that law enforcement is breaking the law against robbery. That's robbery. That's not my experience. My experience with the FBI is that every investigative technique I have to get approval in every step of the way. Let's take a trash can for the audience. A trash cover is when law enforcement picks up the trash that somebody puts out in the street. I don't need to take thanks for that. But the FBI requires that I get approval from my supervisor in writing and articulate why I'm going to conduct this operation, what's the purpose of it, and then I have to document the results. Are you familiar with an FBI agent named Glenn DiCaprio? No. Okay. He was indicted for murder. For murder. Because he worked in... Absolutely, because we were criminals, but the FBI is supposed to be upstanding citizens that took an oath to protect us. So we were I'll admit to that. We didn't take an oath to abide by the law at all. But FBI agents did. And I'm not going to... I want to make it clear. I'm not saying that... I'm not throwing a blanket on everybody. Of course you are. No, I'm not. There are a lot of good... You just make a broad statement that the FBI committed crimes during the Biden administration. They told me I said James Comey did. James Comey did. 100% he did. James Comey absolutely did. I don't throw a blanket over everybody. Absolutely not. But there were certain FBI agents that did not oppose the law. I get that. Okay. That's all I need to do. You have a certain view of the Comey years. I'm not sure. Still entitled to your opinion. I'm not going to argue that with you. But I am here to tell you, as from my perspective, from my personal experience as an agent, that we want to get the bad guy, yes, but we don't think it's okay to break the law and do bad things to do it. Now, can there be a problem? Absolutely. I know cases where officers and agents, and or to use an example of the FBI, we had a situation with someone in the lab was maybe stating his her analysis. I listened to the together. So there is absolutely a risk that anyone in the organization could lose sight of their ethics and their values, and that is very much the responsibility of the agency and the leadership and the management to create a culture that says, no, it's sort of one of the points to eliminate. Hey, you don't mind getting caught if you're caught when law enforcement plays by the rules. What I'm trying to tell you is that in the agent, my friend Scott Mariola,
Great guy.
great guy. He played by the rules.
100%.
The agents that I've worked with played by the rules. Do we make mistakes? Yes.
Okay.
There are mistakes in justice, and I'm going to finish. Yes.
I understand what you're doing, but that's a very important question. Can you take there and tell me that you have 100% believe that no agent will violate the law or do something unscrupulous to protect the law?
That would be the first statement.
Why wouldn't you answer the question? You said that in your experience, every agent that takes that oath abides by the oath 100%.
What I'm telling you,
yes, I know.
The FBI, like any other organization, every law enforcement, your organization, you guys violated your oath and you're criminals.
You think you're criminals. You guys compare us to you. You compare us to the FBI.
What I'm talking about is criminals. Are there human beings that are in prison? Of course they are. It's no great debating point to say stop. It's no great debating point to say, oh, you guys did this guy did this. Of course.
That's not the question. I asked you a simple question. Do you believe that every FBI agent in the Bureau does things 100% ethically all the time, and they will not play it in order to catch a perpetrator? Yes or no? Yes or no?
That is what the way that question is framed.
It's a yes or no.
There's no way anybody can answer it.
Why not? Why not? I can tell you people in my organization that violated certain things. They did it, they didn't do it. And I'll tell you,
what I can speak to is what I was talking to you. I can speak to the standards from supervisor television. I can speak to how my management is aged. I can speak to the attitude of the agents I work with. In theory,
no, you never heard of any agent that violated their ethical standards?
I worked for one. I had a supervisor who had just an informant, and it caused a lot of damage. Okay. So to say that is to say, oh, we have to hire really agents for this job.
It's just where it is. There are certain agents that will violate their ethics to protect the law.
The thing that I want you to listen to is obviously to you, and I want the audience to hear, is that the organization that I work for, which is made up of thousands of human beings who have all the flaws of every but the organization culture that I was raised in, I serve, that is treating integrity and feeling like it's either agents that
I believe you. I believe you. I think that you are sincere in that regard. But can I ask you a question? One is that all of America practically has no trust in the FBI right now. No trust in our government agencies anymore.
People have lied to Americans about the FBI and about the fact that they have mischaracterized the FBI. They have mischaracterized.
There's a difference. Not people lie. They observe the FBI. Let me tell you now. I like Pastor Paul. And Dave Bongino, I know him. He's very ethical, good guy with integrity. I'm so happy that he's the deputy director of the FBI because he has integrity. They like to the left, and all of the the good person here is the way you feel no, I'm not lying.
level. I'm not on a local level, maybe not here in LA. I believe that is in
I love cities. They have a kind of rhythm to them, and it's just a matter of learning the steps.
during the Biden administration. I wish they weren't. Tony was totally politicized. Absolutely. What they did to look, let me tell you this. I'm not, Donald Trump, I think he's a good president, and I want him there because the last one would have been a disaster. America would have been, I don't know where we're living right now, but I'll tell you right now, okay, there's no question that Tony was politicized to do what they did to that man. To do what they did to Trump, huh? Come on. Why did you do that? Really?
Buying, trading, right here.
You got it.
As a whole, is where you attempt to go and put in a form, confidential form. Most of that stuff has to be laid out. And a good judge is not going to fly it. You're going to look at that and say, what has this CI done?
What's a bad judge? Is it side, right? Because you just said, they have good bad judges.
Right, but most of the time, there's a big tree. There's
Customers.
smoke and fire, right? 90% of the time. So what got him in trouble is he couldn't shut up.
That's true.
Right?
And
that's what it mostly frowned on.
Well, not the chin.
Okay. How do you go there?
Huh?
How do you go there?
Me?
Yeah. How do you go there?
Never on a wire.
Never on the wire? Okay. So your mind, how do you go there?
How did I go
Did
down?
you say that?
I didn't tell it.
Okay. Well, was this informant, did he face you in court?
One time he did, and I was acquitted. Yeah.
Okay. He testified?
Yeah.
All right. So how did he get acquitted? What did they say the informant did before?
Well, he lied.
Okay. So your attorney got you off, right?
He didn't get me off. I was in it. So he lied.
What did he lie about? So what did he lie about? He lied about other things.
So he lied about the facts that they were trying to prove against me that were ridiculous, and the jury saw through it, and I got acquitted. And again, I'm not throwing a blanket over every person in law enforcement. But what I'm saying is, in certain situations, I believe law enforcement thinks it's okay to violate the law to catch a lawbreaker because, well, we can't get him for what he didn't do, so let's try to manufacture something or get him something that we can pin on.
So you can manufacture.
Legally it's possible to operate law enforcement without breaking the law. I would hope so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So take this situation for example. Say you get an Amber Alert put across to a car that has a kidnapped young girl. A police officer is going down the street and he sees this car. Correct? Is that breaking the law and run through a red light?
Yeah.
Okay. So the police officer should stop at the red light while that car drives off.
Absolutely not.
Okay. So you're telling me that you would hope that law enforcement can operate without breaking any laws. And you're telling me now that we should break that law and get that girl.
Law enforcement, I've seen law enforcement. Are you allowed to go through a red light? As a law enforcement
Yes,
officer?
you are. If you couldn't light,
You're not breaking the law.
Okay. So I'm
not
saying
breaking the law.
it's still a law. In my opinion, I think.
But you're not breaking the law because you're allowed to go through a red light, so you're not breaking the law.
Okay, so we're setting laws out.
And I would hope that you would go.
Break the law. Because you're saying laws in general, because that would still be a law, just like speeding is a law.
What I'm saying is that law enforcement, in most cases, now I'm going to tell you something. My daughter in the car, now I don't care what law you broke, I don't care what you did, you get it. Because obviously, it's personal. Okay, so I understand that, and I would hope that you would do that. Okay, but that's a different case. What I'm saying is, I believe that many in law enforcement, and again, it always depends upon the situation, think it's okay. This is a bad guy. We can't get him for what we did, so we can manufacture or bring something around him so that we can put him in jail. I don't think law enforcement does that. I don't even know if in some cases, I disagree with it. If I knew that the guy was a serial broker, and I can't get the guy, and I had to do something to make him make a mistake so I can't, I would definitely do it. But I'm a criminal. I'm not anymore.
Slayer of spiders.
Okay, I would definitely do it.
Smiter of
You're not
spinner
supposed to do that.
A hard
But I wouldn't be mad if you did. Now, let me just say a few things. Let's be totally honest. Do you believe that in some situations it's okay for law enforcement to break the law in order to go after lawbreakers?
Law enforcement shouldn't be able to break laws in a controlled environment to do things that other people can't. There's no reason with that. Just like one of the like somebody doing harm over and over because you were speaking to people on this entrapment and said people understanding.
But see, my point in that is that you're not breaking the law if you're legally allowed to do it. Then you're not a lawbreaker. You're allowed to go past the red light. You're allowed to speed. There's a reason. Okay. And I agree with that. You should be allowed. Thank you. My next surrounding claim is that law enforcement often measures success by arrest and not by safer streets.
So I'm from Houston, Texas. I'm big on WWIDRE. So most of the time I don't answer calls at all. My work is driven off of stats already. So for you to make that kind of claim is very, misleading and dangerous because most of the time I'm putting my life at risk to stop impaired drivers or drunk drivers. So which means if I see somebody driving the wrong way, I'm probably gonna put myself in harm's way and stop that driver so that somebody doesn't get hit or killed. So I don't believe in your claim. Do you have any experience in that at all?
Well, again, my experience comes from a different place. Being in the world of organized crime, growing up in that, being a subject of several arrests and investigations, and watching others also. In that world, there's no question that people, not safer streets that they're concerned about. They're concerned about the arrest and what it brings to them personally.
So would you say making arrests with your own organized crime is different from me making arrests from W?
Yeah.
So what makes that different? You're still making arrests on bad guys and just different crimes.
Well, again, it goes back to the totality of the situation. You're not manufacturing the crime. You're not targeting. Let me tell you the difference.
They put you up.
Okay? You just pointed it out.
You
go after a lawbreaker because you're watching them violate the law, drunken drive or whatever, right? Okay, so you go after the person that's committing the crime. But a crime has been committed. In organized crime, they go after the person and hope that they commit a crime, or wait for them to commit a crime because they think that they're a lawbreaker. You're not watching this guy for a few months thinking he might be a drunk driver and then waiting for him to get in the car drunk, right? You're not doing that. No.
Yeah.
He's drunk driving and you're going after him. Correct? Because he's committing a crime at that moment. That's okay. That's what you're supposed to do. It's a different investigation.
Get the hell out. Finally.
Good.
It's love on it.
I completely disagree with you. I think most people that go into law enforcement, federal, state, local, are good, decent, honorable people.
We agree.
Who put their life on the line every single day for the American people in this country. I don't think that people are focused on stats, quotas, arrests, you name it. I hear that you keep mentioning this point about people getting promoted because of the amount of arrests that they make. I doubt that happens now in modern day law enforcement. When I first started on the street, I was making $15 an hour. It didn't matter to me about how many arrests I made. It was about whether or not I made it home safe at night. So based on the premise that you just mentioned, I completely disagree with you 100%.
And I agree in part on what you said, that most people come into law enforcement to do the right thing. But what level of law enforcement are you involved in?
I'm in the county level law.
In the county level, meaning that who are the perpetrators of crimes that you usually go after?
Be anybody.
To be anybody. Okay. You should be in a different world. You should be in a world where they're going after high-level people. You mean to tell me that high-level people being arrested, charged, convicted, big-name people, don't mean anything to the people that arrest and convict them?
I've arrested big name people, but I think a lot of times I think the level that you're trying to speak at, you're trying to speak at a federal level, right? That's what I assume. You're saying like the high name cases, the big drug lords and those types of arrests. But these people didn't plant those guys to go make an arrest just based on their name. They had probable cause. They had a reason to go after these people. Even when you make those types of arrests, it doesn't automatically equate to a promotion or some type of accolade.
Not automatically, but in often cases.
Not automatically. I disagree with that as well. I think, again, my premise is that 90% of law enforcement officers across the board don't go into professions to make arrests. They don't have the resources or the time to sit there and count how many arrests that they're making.
Do you know who John Gleason was, the federal prosecutor?
I'm not familiar.
He prosecuted John Gotti. Got a conviction. What happened to him?
You love John Gotti, though.
No, everybody knows him, so we may as well talk about it. I can talk about a lot of guys, but he prosecuted John Gotti and convicted him. What happened to him after that?
I don't know, but let's get back to
appointed a federal judge. Okay, right after that. You think he didn't know that? You think he wasn't promised that? You think that, come on. You have to admit that when you get these high-level prosecutions and convictions, that it's a feather in your cap, and you're looking for a promotion, and many times it happens.
I disagree. Again, I think most people are out there doing their job and putting their life on the line.
I agree with you.
Get people to even get into law enforcement nowadays. It is absolutely squeezed dry. People don't want to go into the career of law enforcement anymore. If they knew they were going to get a big promotion.
No, now you're right. Because the way leadership treats law enforcement today, they should be ashamed of it.
Well, it's the criminals.
Yeah,
no, it's not.
Absolutely.
It's these woke leaders that don't give a damn about the police. And that's why the police are leaving, because they don't stand behind it, because you arrest a criminal in New York, you've been arrested 18 times, and the next morning you're out on no bail. I get arrested for a money crime, and I'm in there with $1 million bail and no bail at all. So that's why the cops are, I understand that. If I was who would want to be a cop right now? You're arresting criminals 20 times. You got people committing crimes 18 times and getting out of jail and going murdering somebody.
And that's exactly
it's
why.
Not you. It's not the cops. I don't blame the cops for not wanting to be there anymore, because these woke leadership are destroying our police department.
Let's get back to the premise, because I actually agree with a lot of things that you said, but you actually proved my point that when police officers or law enforcement agents are making arrests, these people are doing it not for the accolades, not for the glory, because there's not much in it. Unless you're at the federal level and you got decades of experience in making a six-figure check. So again, your premise saying that we are looking for accolades or trying to make arrests to get promotion is completely false, is wrong.
It's not false.
It is. It's
not
absolutely false.
Not
Most
false.
of these local guys that are working these roads, working these streets, they have the.
So agree with me.
Every day we go out there, we put our life on the line. I didn't go out there for
put my life on the line, nigga.
DWI arrest. In fact, most law enforcement officers are actually afraid to go hands-on. They're afraid to apprehend stuff. They're afraid to deal with people like you. It's not a game. It's not fun.
They're not afraid to deal with us.
Absolutely.
Chester. Oh shit.
cost of buying public because it's different tax dollars. So I thought the thing alone, no matter what, like not by your restoration, you know, you could judge off other things because what else would you, how else would they,
You know, I think the difference is really because my experience is mostly on the federal level. And when you're dealing with organized crime, it's a whole different ballgame. It really is. It's a different kind of street crime. Okay? Let me tell you something. During the golden years of the mob, from the late 40s right through the mid 80s, when the RICO Act went crazy and put everybody in jail. Those were the golden years. New York Times, New York Post, Daily News, Long Island Press, Newsday, something about every single day. Again, Scotty, Tony, Joe Colombo, they always did it all right. You have to tell me that people don't relate to these guys, okay, because they know it's a big bet on their time. It's human nature, it's force. I'm not saying it happens on every level. I'm certainly not saying it happens on one. I would hope that you make a lot of arrests for criminals out there. It's sickening to me when I look back and I see guys that were arrested 17, 18, 19 times, you know, come back on the street and murder somebody. It's horrific. I don't even understand. I can't even comprehend it. Okay? That's a different kind of crime. But when you go on a bigger level, federal level, and they go after these big politicians, and they go after organized crime guys and guys with big names, of course they're going to get promotions. They're going to place stuff in their head. So what does that cause them to do? In my world, it causes them to strike. Hey, I got to get this guy. This means a lot to him.
So let me something else. Do you not, you referencing like the big names and the cases and things that you went through, and respectfully, do you not see like, more body cameras and the cameras everywhere, cameras the same, methods the same? Do you not think all these things are things that they're not saying perfect? I see the videos and things that you are registering, I still see it, I still know it's perfect. At the same time, you still think those things are happening? Like the way that they used to, at the level that they used to?
Yes.
Yeah,
I unfortunately, look, I think that a certain level of government was corrupt during my time. I can't even comprehend the level of corruption that I see now. Not in your level. I'm not saying sports, I'm not saying out there. Okay? I'm saying in the higher level, FBI. It's just so political, in my opinion. There were certain sectors of it that weren't good during my time. But what I see now,
so, you've introduced yourself, I'll introduce myself. So I have also ran science. I have investigated very, very big name people, most supporters, you know, probably your allies, probably your enemies or whatnot. I take offense when you say that you're not coming towards an officer like myself on a federal level to get promotions. Because you know what I got after investigating some very high level people, names that I'm not even going to share. I got pat on the back, a destroyed relationship with my ex, hours upon hours of review search warrants, personal days, that using my personal time. I didn't have a personal life. I didn't have a personal life for 2 years. And another thing. So when you say that, oh yeah, everyone's promoted or everyone...
not everyone, no, I didn't say that. Not everyone.
Okay.
I said it gives incentive to those.
I never got an incentive. I did not know I was going to get promoted, nor did my team members. I didn't even know if I was going to get this guy to begin with. All I had was the idea of knowing that, you know what, if I get the drugs, I get the guns off the street, maybe 10, 15 kids get to live. Yeah. I really didn't care if that, of course, everyone gets that guy. Sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes that doesn't happen. I'm not gonna wear my career when I know I get the drugs and the guns off the street. So when you say that people get promoted off it, it's not good at all. But it really good. Years of therapy and having to yourself your entire life.
No,
that's why I left it to avoid myself. I no longer do that because it's absolutely worthless. So I never got promotion. I never got all I got.
Well, in part I agree with local things, Johnny Brasco, after everything that he did, I think they gave him a $500 check afterwards, and then he left the FBI.
Okay, to talk about a guy like Andrew White. Andrew White, prosecutor, federal prosecutor, who frames people, and I got absolute proof. I don't say this out of turn. Frames people, put people in jail innocently, suborned perjury, worked with an FBI agent that was involved in murder, covered up crime that would go so deeply it would make your hair stand on end. And what does he get? He gets a promotion, a promotion, a promotion. And his final promotion was being the lead prosecutor in a Mueller investigation against Trump. After he took so many people, he was overturned 9-0 by the Supreme Court in the cases he did. And he keeps getting promoted. He gets all of these big deals. And the only thing is, it happens more than you might think. Unfortunately, it didn't happen to you. But there are a lot of prosecutors out there, especially Department of Justice prosecutors, that go after the people and they get promotions as a result. Even if they lose the case, at times they get promotions. But this guy is away from junior places. Look him up. Terrible guy. There's so many innocent people in jail. Destroyed their lives.
You're talking about our employees. They are.
No, he's wrong. He's a prosecutor.
Okay, I'm talking about.
I agree with you.
As a cop, I'm not going to spend the rules. I'm not going to dance on the line. I'm not going to put someone into like you against that. You don't decide against crime. Don't you against that?
We had that argument already.
Right. But I'm doing regards back. I'm talking from my level from working at organized crime. There's a lot of
You need to tell me that you're saying to me that nobody in law enforcement ever manufactured a crime by putting a confidential informant in front of somebody to create a crime that never existed. That's manufacturing crime.
I mean, you're talking about focusing more on arrest rather than take the street.
Depending upon the situation.
So when you put the audience, for the most part, they don't care about it. They don't really care about watching the street. You say, yeah, that, right? Would you feel safe to watching the street?
In LA now?
Yes, no.
No.
So what do you think? How do you achieve it?
Well, I think that leadership has to give law enforcement the tools and the weapons that they need to keep the streets safe. I think that's their primary goal. All right? Keep the streets safe.
Right. And so, with respect to that, though, the gift taking is you have to eliminate crime.
Yeah.
And the only way to do that really is to arrest people, because once you arrest them, and of course, it's elected that they're gone, they do something different. Because just like, if you trial, you live in a program time. That's how you achieve the safe street, to actually.
You've been safe by putting me away for a long time. I'm sorry. I've been out for 40-some-odd years now, and the streets have been pretty safe, so it's okay.
I would actually take back, and I actually think for at least temporarily, it's a little safer than the rest because, I think, in order to talk about the money. In order to see safer streets, you have to limit you have to address.
I agree with that. All I'm saying is that there are times, depending upon the situation and who the subject is, the alleged perpetrator, that people will stress because they know if the threatening that's happened, they'll get promotions, and I can document that. I can tell you what it's happened.
I mean, if you do arrest, let's say, arrest a big name, of course you're going to act with it. Just like the high-level executives, with big contracts, they're going to get a vote. I mean, that's...
And that can give them more incentive to, not so much the crime they're committing, but the fact that it's that person committing the crime.
Then you feel like it's, obviously when such things to get that accolade, then do you feel like communities in general are going to do whatever it takes to get that accolade?
Some will, but on law enforcement level, they're not supposed to do that.
And I don't think they will.
Well, they will. They've done it. And that's an unfortunate part of our law enforcement system. And I think, clarify, I think this is more on a prosecutorial level. It's more political at that point. We're not talking about, a lot of the, look, I don't know what it is. If you make 100 arrests or 30 arrests, what's the difference to the guy? I don't know, like for distribution, these and kind of like an opportunity to break down barriers that they might find in their daily lives. The goal of the job really, and at the end of the day, is that we have to take a step up to something better, and all of this is still in community. And we need something to see what else I'm recommending to give back to the community service so they care about the place where we reside.
Okay, so a couple of things. It is running a red light. But you're saying it's okay for us to break it. Did I get that right?
Well, let me get clear on it. If you have a suspect that is broken the law,
Young guy. Sorry. I'm chasing young guy on an FBI guy, right?
Are you an FBI agent?
No, I'm not. So what I'm saying, because you keep saying, so I just want to get something very clear. Let's get clear here. Words have meaning. There's a federal level, hey, you know what? If you arrest young guy, I'm taking you, you're going to get some up, right? You're going to get corners, you're going to press whatever it is to do that, so it's going to continue right. No. So essentially what you're saying is that it's self-serving on my part. Yeah. Okay. But is it self-serving on DUI drugs? Yes or no?
If you arrest the DUI, probably not.
Okay, so that sounds a little contradictory.
Not at all. You're making my point.
You know, well, because I'm making your point, but you're contradicting what you're saying. Because you're saying things that are 30,000 foot level.
What's the difference still on that? You can't take an oath to do the same thing.
And uphold the law. What I'm trying to tell you is that it's not self-serving on either level. You keep talking about level. Is there corruption? Yes. Is there self-serving people who want to know? Yes. Well, that's not what you're saying.
What is? Why am I saying?
Where could be a
Tell me what? No. I'm telling you exactly what I'm saying.
What you're saying is you're almost contradicting. Hey, you know what? If the federal level, if it's found out or something so big, then you know what? You can actually start to believe it. Because if you know I'm going to tell you whether you're doing it for self-serving reasons or not. It doesn't matter. And by the way, if I'm thinking, some guy, FBI, and we know we got all the PC, we got everything that we've been working for 5 years, and I'm running a red light, guess what? I vote right. You need the FBI and the local things.
They're going to cop following you while you're following, when you as a police officer is going after somebody that broke the law, and you go through the red light protection, a cop behind you can pull you over and give you a ticket.
No.
Yes. So they don't take that?
Yes. Okay.
I didn't know that. The other gentleman said that you weren't breaking.
Hold on a second. Words have meaning.
Which is it?
We're saying that.
Was he wrong? Was your partner there or whatever is on your part of?
I'm not saying
Well, he said that it's not illegal for a police officer to go run a red light to catch a perpetrator.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on.
Is it legal or illegal?
Well, is
it legal or illegal?
You can't run a red.
You can't.
You can't.
Even when you're pursuing a perpetrator that just committed a crime.
Correct. What I'm saying is that
what's wrong?
Hold on a second.
Ready
Don't
for
talk
business.
about that.
Go ahead.
Just listen to my point. Okay.
But who's wrong and who's right? He said it was okay to. You're not breaking the law when you run a red light. That's what he said. Is he wrong or right?
He is right because.
Okay, then
hold on a second. Let me say that there are rules of the road that we're in. I totally agree with that. All right, so it's illegal for you to stations on. But I broke the law.
But he said it was legal. You're allowed to break the law, so then it's not breaking the law.
And then I go to court, and then I'm working undercover, and I run a red, and then all of a sudden, the black and white pulls me over and says, "Hey, you ran a red. You were going after John."
Well, you were undercover. They didn't know who you were.
Okay, well,
when you go to court and you say I was a cop, I was pursuing a perpetrator, and figure it out.
Let's keep the perspective. You're right. I'm in the black and white, and I'm running a red. Okay, and you're saying, yeah, hey, you know what?
He said
I can do that. I agree.
No, he said.
Everybody didn't agree with me. That's not the point. I broke the law by running the red.
All right, can we get him over here because he's mistaken?
No, he's not mistaken.
Well, one of you are.
I mean, you're from the rules of the railroad. You're not breaking the law. Totally disagree. You're missing me.
Well, what is your point?
I broke the law.
Well, not according to him. You just said you were immune. We're going back and
You just said you're immune from breaking the law, but immunity means you didn't break the law. When you go to court, and they give you, no. You go to court and they give you immunity for anything that you might have committed. Okay, so you're okay then.
Okay,
So you're
but that's
immune
like
from
if I
breaking
go to
the law.
court like 2 months later, but I'm saying I broke the law right when it happened.
Not according to him.
Okay, gotcha.
My final surrounded claim is that paid informants are rarely reliable.
How many times did you actually discover that informants work against you? And how do you actually think that informants work from my side?
I've been to trial 5 times. I've been through 3 separate trials with my dad. I've never seen a paid informant get on the stand, put his left hand on the Bible, swear to tell the truth, and then lie to the truth. Every single time.
Every single time.
Every single time.
Who worked the investigations against you? FBI?
FBI, local police, Suffolk County, ESO County, Florida.
So when you worked at federal level, there was no cooperative information or evidence that was ever submitted with that informant?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, you said every, that means all the time. And
all the time. That's correct.
Unless it wasn't it.
No, it was every time. And I've never seen them, listen, you can mix the truth with a lie. But I've never seen them get on the stand, left hand on the Bible, right hand swear to tell the truth, and lie.
So we're commingling lies with truth.
Sure.
So it's not straight out lies. You're saying that they misrepresented or they flat out lied.
I'm saying they lied.
So did you ever have yourself on a recording, for example, with an informant?
Oh yeah, 83 times.
That memorialization of that recording, was that truthful or was that a lie?
Well, they couldn't use me 83 times that they had me on tape. They couldn't use it to indict.
Was that one case?
That was one case.
What about the other 4 cases?
Never on tape.
Never had a wiretap?
Had wiretaps, but never able to use anything against me.
For indictment or during trial?
For indictment. They were never able to use those wires to implicate me in a crime.
Did you understand now, looking back on the federal rules for using informants?
Is the undaunted
federal rules?
Federal rules for
explain it.
I will explain it to you. So everything we do with an informant has to be corroborated in some fashion. We're not just going to throw evidence based upon pure and simple testimony of an informant. If that's happening, then you're dealing with an amateur.
Let me tell you something. You're dealing with guys on the street who will do, many of them will do anything for money. And what you need to tell me is that when you're paying this informant, you're not giving him incentive to lie. Let me tell you, no, let me back this up. I was indicted for a huge fraud case in the gasoline business. My partner, okay, was with me. We created this scheme to defraud the government. He was a paid informant. They paid him $2.5 million of stolen gas tax money to be a witness against.
Who did that case?
Fed. FBI.
FBI did the case. So that $2.5 million was paid how? Was it through seizure? Or
they didn't seize any money at large. They didn't seize any money to pay him. Okay. They paid him $2.5 million.
And you were not
money
convicted on
stolen. I took a plea.
Yeah, why did you take a plea?
Long story, because I took a plea because I knew that my former life was falling apart. The RICO Act was devastating to many people. I had just beaten a RICO case brought on by Rudy Giuliani, and I knew that the life was in trouble. I had a 14-agency task force assigned to bring me down, and I knew that I wasn't long for that life because I had such a target. I was arrested 18 times and had 7 indictments.
After all these cases, let me ask you, Michael, were you guilty of crime?
Yeah, I was guilty of crimes, yeah. So what does that have to do with it? Was I guilty of the crime, excuse me, was I guilty of the crime that they indicted me on? The one time that I took a plea, yes. The other 5 times, no. All right, we're going into a different area here, but let's talk about the paid informant. In my experience, paid informants, and I'm going to say, this even pertains to my brother. I saw my brother get on a stand and testify against my father. My brother was a paid informant. And as I sat there and watched him, I know he lied. If my own brother will lie against his father, okay, which is a very extreme situation, I am telling you, okay, I know guys on the street. That's where I grew up. I know guys. You give them money, you give them incentive. And listen, it's a bad system.
It's a bad system. I'm not saying you don't use informants. I understand you have to use informants. But to paid informants, I can give you so many cases where guys are doing time because of paid informants, because these guys get up there and lie. They have incentive to lie.
At your trial, in my experience, paid informants are
So
real.
many more.
And I say that in a sense of everything we do in law enforcement, we have to check and verify. So when an informant comes to us, we're not going and knocking down Francie's door and taking them away, right? There's a structure and things we have to follow in order to ensure that the information not only is that is presented is accurate, but we also take into account why is he coming forward with this information. And you have to understand, we don't get to pick witnesses, right? You guys provide those for us. You know, an honest man is not going to come and say, hey, I'm a part of this family and we're doing wrong and I want to come forward. We're dealing with people who either have been shunned or voted out of the family or however that works, or they feel like they deserve the promotion they get. So we understand the intention that's coming in. However, the information they're providing, we have to take into account. And then a lot of times that information checks out and some things don't. And when they don't, we have a system in place, i.e. courts and laws and policies and regulations that kind of weeds that stuff out, right? If I take incomplete and lazy case to court, it may get thrown out. That not only puts a stain on me, that puts a stain on my department and everybody in this room who's taking an oath to protect and to serve.
Do you deal with organized crime?
Not where I'm at now. Paid informants I've dealt with on the street level to get local neighborhood guys and people who come from across states. That's where my living lies, but that being said, in my experience, it's worked out.
All right, well, let me tell you this. You know, you just laid out the way it's supposed to be. You go back to New York and you deal with the feds and organized crime, you're in a whole different world. Okay? These paid informants don't come to you. Normally they get in trouble and they get put in a room and say, you're facing life in prison on a racketeering act, or you want to sit down and talk with us, we'll give you money, we'll put you in the witness protection program, help us out. See what happened in my life? I'll tell you very simple. The fear of retaliation from our own people, from the boss. You screw up, you're going to get killed, you're going to get in trouble. Well, that fear was transferred to the government when the RICO Act came out, because now guys are going away for life. And they're getting whatever asset, if they had any assets, taken away. So now you stick them in a room and you say, hey, you're going to cooperate with us, you're going to wire yourself up, you're going to do what you got to do, we'll pay you money, because you don't have to worry about the guy you're talking about, we're putting him away for life. When you put that incentive in front of a paid informant, trust me, they're going to go along with you, and they'll get on the stand, and they'll lie, and they'll do whatever they have to do. And I will say this, I can tell you straight out that the government knows that many of these informants are lying, and they don't care. As long as they win their case, they don't care. Now, I'm not saying that's you.
No, I'll have to
This is my experience.
I'll have to, and I can't negate your experience.
You can disagree, but I'm telling you, I've been through it.
The bad apple doesn't define a bad orchard, okay? So, how are these informants getting in the room? Again, we don't get in trouble, but we're not making people get in trouble. These informants are putting themselves in positions.
Absolutely.
And we're just providing the avenue to be able to now be a part of that situation, right? Because the best way to get, and you can understand it, the best way to get into that life is we need someone on the inside to bring us in.
I understand that. There's a point here. It's paying these guys, giving them incentive to lie. And it absolutely is. There's no question about it.
It can, however, given that checks and balances that the government has, the laws, if they are being paid to lie, or cases thrown out, that's simply what's coming out. It doesn't happen. Absolutely. You brought it yourself. No, it happened in your case. They got paid, they lied, and someone probably didn't present it to the best way.
You already say about the other 100 guys that are doing time because of that. In my particular case, you know, they were weak cases. I'll be honest with you. Okay, but you want me to tell you about the hundreds of other guys that are in jail because of lying, paid, and fraud? There was one there. That was a total wrong method. I said they're lying, paid, and fraud. Can I answer the question? These are great witnesses, and they're there to tell the truth and just really, why do you have to pay them at all? I'm not saying they're great witnesses. I'm saying, why do you have to pay them at all? Why don't they get paid if they're telling the truth and helping you out? Because you guys are very smart. You weaponize. We use the same tactics
Because that's how people respond sometimes. You don't know how to do it. Look at things. I do different things that have with it. Well, then that's it. But they don't have those things. At least they're getting paid. Like, let me tell you something. In our life, we're not paying these guys. They're making their own money. And nobody hands anybody anything. You gotta do your own business. Because money will work, right? Or you wouldn't be doing it. That the incentive is money. You weaponize money. Not you, but it's weaponized, and it's an incentive for them, right? Why do that? Because if they're given something in return, which is something that's an opportunity provided, so why do you have to pay them enough? We don't have to. That's not why we do it. I can't speak on why I'm getting paid in this case. I know, but I can. They were paid because they were given incentive to become witnesses. They pay them, and that incentive makes them what happens. Let's take it this way. Incentive going a long way to I agree with it. It's the pay. My question is why do you have to pay them? No, they don't understand. Oh, you have to pay my conscience. I want to do the right thing. Yeah, right. You get paid. You're not only getting paid, but you're going to do less time. You're going to cooperate with them. So 6% of the witness protection program will give them money. Anything that you want, don't worry about it. You tell me that's not an incentive for law. When these guys are facing good time, that's an incentive.
Beyond mere flesh and blood, I am transcendent! It will only hurt until you die.
Provided that and that work. Hopefully, my life. Hopefully, I feel that go to the CI is different. But you already said, you know, I don't think it's any part that the issue is how the system operates. Payment from, you know what? It all comes down to when you start planning, you're dealing with the competition, and you're dealing with the line, you know what? I want my team. I want to be able to enjoy my life. If I'm going to get paid in my team, and I'm going to tell the truth, you know, what's wrong with that incentive? If you're going to tell the truth. But it's the money that gives them incentive to lie also. Look, there's two things that they want. They want money and they want their freedom. I've seen so many guys that understand, oh, I changed my life and I'm okay, you know. You're good. New York, right? Yeah. So we both know. Okay. I've dealt with paid informants before, throughout my career. My thing is this, both you and I know. You know, it's like Darwin. It's a Bible of the thing. You know, who can survive in that world, right? Both you and I know it's CI, it's CI. First thing I did when I dealt with a CI was hand them a gift, okay? To let them know that my life's on the line, your life's on the line. We're both built into this together. But you already said it. You know. I don't think it's the paid part that's the issue. The issue, I think, that you're getting at is
What are our vaults made of?
the system itself and how the system operates. Paid informants, yeah, you know what? It all comes down to a person's personal freedom. If we're in the same family and we're dealing with the same issue, you know, you're no better than I am, I'm no better than you are,
want my freedom. I want to be able to enjoy my life. If I'm going to get paid in my freedom and I'm going to tell the truth, you know, what's wrong with that incentive?
If you're going to tell the truth. But it's the money that gives them incentive to lie also. Look, there's two things that they want. They want money and they want their freedom. I've seen so many guys can understand, oh, I changed my life and I'm okay, and you know, the mob was bad to me and all of this. Listen, we get in there, we take an oath. We take an oath. We know exactly what we're making. We know exactly what the penalties are. Look, I walked away from that life. I had a contract on my life. They wanted to kill me. But I understood. I violated my oath by walking away and talking about it. I can't get mad at them. I did what I said I wasn't going to do. I violated my oath. So I understand that. But some of these people can understand, well, I'm a good person now, and they treated me wrong, and they didn't do this. And they're going to get up and they're going to lie, and they're going to do whatever the heck they have to do to save themselves. And they're going to keep it going as long as they can. They don't become choir boys when they become witnesses. They're the same guys that were on the street, lying and stealing and doing all of that. Now they're supposed to be good guys.
I hope you didn't.
Nonsense.
I heard the mad
There are a lot
bastard
of
in
good
charge of
people
that
in
place.
government,
I
but there are a lot of people that express the truth to get what the heck they want, and they'll use witnesses, and they'll pay them, and they'll do whatever they need to do. I've witnessed it my whole life. My father did 50 years on a crime he didn't commit. I'll take it to my grave. Every one of the informants lied. We gave them lie detector tests afterwards. Okay, proved they lied at the trial. They were paid informants. They were all a bunch of junkies. You can never get the conviction overturned. My dad did 40 on that 50 for a crime he didn't commit. Was he a mob guy? Yeah. Did he do other things? Yeah. But get him for what he did. Get the guy for what he did.
Well, I'm out of time on this plane. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So it's hit us for the final debate because I think she held her own in the discussion that we had. You didn't win, but you held your own.
I mean, that's debatable, right?
Yeah.
Just like everyone said. My surrounding claim is that the mafia culture glorifies or promotes men to be successful only through fear and intimidation.
Okay. So what you're saying is that men that were involved in the mafia are really not smart. They really don't know anything but fear, and that's how they earn money. That's how they become successful within that life. If you take the element of fear away, we're all a bunch of dummies.
That's absolutely not what I said.
Okay.
What I said is that your power is legitimized through intimidation and fear. And if you took those away, you wouldn't actually have the so-called respect that you think that you have, right? Earlier you were talking about promotion and all these things. The mafia does the same thing. You had even John Gotti got from music, right? He killed Castellano, right? So it's all about the actions that you're taking to get there. It's through fear and intimidation. I'm not saying that you're not smart. No part of my statement said that any of you were dumb at all. I just think and I'm probably gonna have to hear about this if someone takes this the wrong way. Hitler, right? The way he led in fear and intimidation, pulling people in, and then they didn't know if they were coming in to meet him, whether or not they were going to be killed, or whether or not they were going to get like a pat on the back. So what I'm saying is that it's not about servant leadership when it comes to the mafia. It's not about the leadership components that we as law enforcement should be pushing for right now, which is that human aspect, the humility behind leadership. It's about fear and intimidation when it comes to the mafia.
Don't you think that fear plays an element in almost any walk of life? If you're in government, if you make a mistake, well, the fear is that you can lose your job. If you're in corporate America, you make a mistake, the fear is you can lose your job. Now, when you get to the mob, well, it's a little bit more serious because the consequences are more severe. Because there is this big aura about the mafia that you don't do the right thing, you're going to get killed. Okay? Is that always so? It's not the case at all. There are plenty of people in that life that never had to resort to fear or intimidation to get their way. Never. So even though it's an element of that life, I think it's very wrong to say that if it wasn't for the element of fear, there wouldn't be success in that life.
But as far as I'm concerned, if you didn't have the fear and you didn't have that intimidation, how do you keep your power within the mafia?
Well, when you say keep your power within that life?
I mean, you guys run a hierarchy just like we do.
Yeah. Well, it's very simple because we all take an oath and we hold each other to a high standard.
And that opens that we realize that there are certain consequences we can pay if we violate the law. And so the fear is a little bit more intense in that life because we agree to it. But it's not always fear that makes people rise in the ranks. There's a guy by the name of Roy DeMeo. Okay, he was a serial killer. Roy DeMeo would have been a serial killer whether he was in the mafia or not. Mafia just gave him easier access, let's say. Okay, and there was a certain amount of fear about that guy because he was an asshole. But that didn't help him a lot. He ended up getting killed. You know, so sometimes when people fear you, it could work against you. In his case, it did. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. You know, I stayed in line because I realized if I made a mistake, I could pay for it in a severe way. So it does keep us in line in a certain way. Like I said, the consequences are more severe. But fear is an element of almost every organization or every life.
Fear is an internal element, but it can also be an external element as far as leadership is concerned. And when it comes to hierarchy, keeping that and making sure there aren't corroborating witnesses or confidential informants that come through or people that turn around and they take a plea deal and then they have a contract put in their head, that's that fear component that we don't utilize in law enforcement. Citizens in law enforcement. Citizens in law enforcement. So for you, that fear component was very real. That intimidation of you leaving the life was there, was it not?
But I left.
You did. And for how long were you in fear of your life?
Well, let's put it this way. I knew that there could be consequences that I could face, but I also knew the life I was left. So I knew what I had to do to protect myself. So I didn't live in fear. I honestly didn't. I didn't sell my former associates short. I knew what they were capable of. But I also felt that I can, you know, do my best to avoid that. But I think what you're saying is that's one of the main reasons why we succeed in that life, because of fear. And I disagree with you.
Why you disagree with them?
Because it's not true.
But you just said it was. You just said it was fear. Just because we didn't have fear, fear and intimidation was used in order to keep you in line. Because if you walked in a room, you might not walk out.
If you did something wrong.
But that,
if you violated the oath, yes. But in order to succeed in that life, and you're not violating the oath, it wasn't fear that allowed me to succeed in that life. It was having an understanding of the life, knowing how to use that life to benefit me in business, where I had my success. So fear didn't cause me to be a good mob guy.
But you think the head boss used fear and intimidation more than anything else?
He didn't use it against me. I just knew that it was there.
I didn't use it against you. I meant the mafia culture as a whole.
It's an element of fear in that life, like there is in other lives, except that the consequences are more severe. But what I'm saying is, fear doesn't cause you to be a success in that life. It's, to me, it's understanding the life and knowing how to use it to benefit you in whatever it is you're trying to do. But I will tell you this. You know, when I walked into a room sometimes to negotiate with somebody, well, that aura was there. I didn't have to say anything. They knew who I was. They knew what I represented. So maybe the fear was from the other side. You know, I better watch what I say here. Stuff like that, yeah.
There's a bit of an intimidation factor when you walked into the room. In terms of your reputation, the way you held yourself. So fear and intimidation are the basis of some of the leadership and the culture that is within the mafia.
It's not the primary driving force, but yes, it is an element, and some people do use it, yes.
That's my claim. Don't you agree with me?
Well, I agree in part.
I'll take that.
I agree in part. I agree in part.
I mean, listen, it's, you know, intimidation is something, and you said it about the fear, right? You can be intimidating, but it's a, or you can intimidate others, it doesn't mean you're intimidating. It's that aura that you walk into the room.
Listen, the smart bosses in that life, they knew that violence and fear was destructive. You know, let me tell you something. I had a discussion with Chad Palminteri. He wrote the movie Bronx Tale. He's a good friend of mine. And in the movie Bronx Tale, he's asked the question by Little Colosio, is it better to be feared or loved? And he said it's better to be feared, in my position.
I didn't even
And I had that discussion with friends afterwards. I said, Chad, you're not a member of the mob, but you're around guys. What do you think? He said, oh, Michael, it's better to be feared. I said, you're wrong. He said, yeah. I said, I'll tell you. He said, when the government came out with the Racketeering Act, and people knew that they can go away forever, lose all their assets and everything else. Well, the fear of the mob, okay, was transferred to the fear of the government, because the government now held all the power. And so many guys became informants. Many guys became informants because of that. So fear is not a great element. It's really not. It's more destructive than anything else. It's to hold your life for a part unless it gets transferred somewhere else. But love, you're not going to hurt somebody with love.
I see a lot of people hurt people that they love.
Well, I mean, you know, come on, not to a level where you...
Looks like it's
I surrender on that one. I surrender. You got me on that one. I surrender. Yeah, I mean, okay. But you know what I mean. Not to a level where you're going to want to destroy them, I think. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think that our job, I'll put it that way, our lifestyles mimic each other so much.
Oh, absolutely.
Just on different perspectives, right? When we walk into a room on a call, we have a level of fear and we go anyway.
You know what? I do. You're absolutely right. Who doesn't get scared when they see a police officer most of the time? So look at the moment of fear that you need.
But is that something that we use on purpose? Is that
It's the aura, for sure. It's the uniform. You're the police. You can arrest me. You can lock me up. You can hurt me. You can shoot me. So that element of fear is there. Huh?
It's that culture that's been created. You talk about during years, the golden years of the mafia, and doing on every single newspaper headline. If we do think they're now.
I know. It's a shame. I don't agree with that. I disagree with that. But you know what? People should have a certain level of fear of law enforcement. That's what keeps them in line. It keeps the criminals in line. In our life, to a degree, it kept us in line. So what's the difference?
The difference in my opinion, right? I think you guys were lucky when I grew up. I didn't have a fear of police. They were there to do it. They were the ones that came through the gap. When I walk into a room and somebody goes, "Oh, you better behave, or I'm going to have that police officer take you away," like, that's not something I'm instilling in someone. That's the parent instilling that fear in their child, not who we are. And I think the same has been said about your reputation and who the mafia is, right? After sitting here and hearing you all day, like, I feel like you and I could be best friends. Yeah. Right? But I'm not scared of you. I'm not, there isn't a fear element on my end when it comes to you. But I do believe that the leadership style within the culture of the mafia is something based on fear and intimidation. I don't believe those are the only elements. But I do believe historically that's where it came from.
There's an element of fear in almost every walk of life.
Yeah.
And again, it's accentuated in that. I will agree with that. But I disagree with that fear that made the life successful. And there's a lot of guys in that life that if they had chose to go in the legitimate world, they would have been brilliant and very successful. Trust me. You know, no other organization has thrived like we have during that. And I'm not bragging, I'm not glorifying, I'm just telling the truth. You know, under some very serious conditions. And the ones that succeeded, they did it because of their fight and their determination.
We're out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great question, by the way. Thank you. You know, normally if I'm surrounded by 20 law enforcement agents, I'm under arrest. So it's nice to be able to sit and debate with them. You know, it was a good experience.
I think Michael got a lot of things wrong. I think that he didn't really understand that at every level of law enforcement, I don't care what agency you work for, there are standard procedures and elements that we have to follow before you even build a case.
You did give us immediate respect, which I thought was interesting, because I didn't expect that walking in here. I thought it was really going to be a little bit more adversarial.
I grew quite frustrated at times. We claimed that agents suborn perjury routinely. In my 23 years, I never saw any indication of that. You know, for him to sit there and say that there isn't, that the FBI today, and that there isn't corruption among the FBI, I think that was poor on his part. The culture of the organization is very much rule-oriented, very much get approval and document whatever you do. He may be an agent with ethics and integrity, but he has to know that a lot of people in his department now, especially over the last 4 years, didn't act that way. Well, of course, if someone is successful in their field, and that will advance their career. That's not in and of itself proof of corruption.
There's no glamour in working organized crime. That's something that I don't think Michael understands.
I think I swayed him in everything, so he ended up working pretty well. I do think that fear and intimidation helps you rise through the ranks of the mafia.
Arresting people who are in the mafia does not make the streets safer. Listen, our neighborhoods were the safest neighborhoods around. There was no street crime going on unless we were doing it, and we weren't doing it like that. We didn't hurt people. We helped people in our community and our neighborhoods.
The leaders in today's world, they rule by fear, and it should never be like that. And it goes both ways in both the mafia and in policing.
You know, a lot of people think, when we take that oath, it's an oath of silence.
It's not an oath to lie, steal, kill, murder. That's not the oath. Do things like that happen? Yes. But that's not the oath that we take. So we didn't go around creating street crimes all over the place. That's not what we were involved in. We were a bit more sophisticated than that. Hello. Yo. Hey.
You know what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
Hawks, Pelicans, Raptors, Dinosaur Parlay.
Oh, okay.
I feel like mascot should affect the over-on, but now try saying player props 3 times fast. Player props, player props, player props. A little easier than I thought it was going to be. I don't know. Ooh, betting in space? I'll be honest, I think the moon's overrated. I'm sorry. Back to my original thought.
Oh my God. New customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win.
Congratulations! We're working on a book. But to be an author, you need to find a publisher. No matter what type of book you've written, Discover Publishers will find the best fit for you. The best part is it's free.
Find the right publisher today. Ask for your free guide.
Now you're saying he's the most corrupt president in U.S. history. To me, it sounds like fascist, most corrupt in history. Who escaped the law because of his political influence or something. Why don't you want Donald Trump dead? What do you think is radicalizing more people, Nick Fuentes or MSNBC?
Probably MSNBC.
Really? Yeah. More so than Nick Fuentes. I hear someone laughing behind me. That's kind of, when immigrants move into the country, they are a net benefit. Can you cite a study of the opposite? I can cite theories. I can cite, you asked me for a study and you can't cite one? Because the barriers are increased. What are the barriers? The military we talked about is work requirement, and that's working 20 hours a week. You got me. That was a good one. That was really good. Thank you. You got me. My name is Adam Mossler. I talk politics on YouTube every single day, and I am a liberal college dropout. Today, I'm surrounded by 20 conservative college students. My first claim is, Trump is causing a rise of fascism in our generation. Hey, would you mind unpacking a little bit more what you mean by rise? The rise of fascism, yeah.
Hey, come on. Hit me.
What the?
No way, bro.
What the? I can't even look. I can't even see the. I can't even like.
I get it. What paint does it go down? What paint does it go down? My crash out, man.
No, you good. Let's new game.
He's the Boston elite now, I've never seen that as my name.
What?
You see what they say? I know what.
Let's close it. New game.
He's the Boston elite now, I've never seen that as my name.
What?
You see what they say? I know what. You see him, let's go. Yep.
lots of good opportunities for pickpocketing here. Just saying.
That this has been named the Visionary in the Gartner Magic Quadrant for Source of Type. We're the youngest vendor recognized, and more importantly, the only procurement orchestration provider included. This is a recognition for our team and for every customer who believes different futures for procurement. For years, enterprises have been running into the same challenge. Their procurement processes are constrained by the limits of legacy source-to-pay systems. While different solutions have tried to make life under that ceiling more manageable, none of them have truly changed the foundation that procurement is built on.
In our opinion, our placement in the Magic Quadrant reinforces the shift that's already happened. Orchestration is becoming essential to how modern procurement runs. That's why we believe the future of source-to-pay will be built on agentic procurement orchestration, from intake to pay. This is the only platform in the world that simultaneously provides agentic orchestration depth and source-to-pay breadth. This is what enables us to help teams fix intake and orchestration immediately, quickly introduce AI meaningfully across lifecycle, and modernize the source-to-pay core over time on a timeline you control. There's no requirement to lock yourself into full suite, and no need to remain dependent on middleware layers that sit on top of old systems.
Beyond being a recognition of where Zip is today, we believe being named a visionary is validation of where procurement is headed. Orchestration has become a foundational approach for how organizations manage procurement end to end, and we're so proud to be leading it.
To our customers and partners, thank you for trusting us, challenging us, shaping the journey with us. We couldn't be more excited for what's ahead. The next chapter for procurement is written now. We're honored to build it with you.
I got it. Yeah. 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 Yeah, get this. Hey. Nah, I gotta see a video with the killer now, bro. Like, that. Hey, wait, were you the killer? Oh, you won. That's crazy.
Yes, are we going to race?
He's too sick to travel again if this fails.
Make sure there aren't any traps.
What, about getting the last color?
I got it in my office.
I'll do it right here. I'll grab it off.
Move that out the way.
Yep, I got it.
That's this one for you again.
About getting the last color?
I got it in my office.
I don't even want to think about the kind of creepy crawlies that are in here.
I hate that. I hate that. I was trying to force that to throw that bitch in the room.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh?
This is no place for idle travelers. Turn back.
Doing something with magic-y?
Oh, those two? Oh, coming up. Go that down. I'm going this way. Go that down. Hey, it's gonna be action over here. Oh shit. Get up. What? I told you on something. I told you on something. They got the day there. Hey, so what you do? We went there after I feel with him? I know. I got it. Very good number. Blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue.
Yeah.
My prices can't be beat.
Is that full red? No. Oh my God, son. I need full red. I appreciate if you don't put that gun in my face. Yeah, yeah. No, I don't. Okay. What do you need? Full red, full red. Or full blue. Or full blue. Red or blue, red or blue, red or blue. What's it?
Buying? Selling? I've got what you need.
Yaki.
That bag either has something valuable, something useless, or a body part inside it. You're brave, reaching in there like that.